Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing today? Hi, John, hi, Luke's, hi, Delmar, hi, Colin, hi, Domentarian. How's everyone going? Jeremy, MG20TX, and Brian and Victor. Hey, KB3D. Thanks for being here. Hey, Pex Peppers. Hey, Steve. Hey, Linus. Jokernut. How is everyone this Sunday? We had the time change here, so I hope it didn't screw anybody up. Hey, Squirrel Brain. Hey, Delmar and Russell and Thomas. Hey, Kelvin and Jeff. Yes, Charlie needs extra pets. He was stuck to me yesterday, for sure. Hey, Jorg. Hey, James. Hey, Don't Knock It. Hey, NH3D. Hey, Low-Tech Greg. Thomas, member for 7 months. It's been 7 months already. Wow. Thank you. Hey, Sandy from Germany. Hey, BBs. Hey, Nick. Hey, Daniel. So we are going to continue the Tridex build today. So we're going to finish belting it, and we're going to put, this time we are going to put a couple of Stealthburners together. So I recycled the thumbnail from last time after changing the last one. Yes, I had a clean knee Charlie for sure. Hey, Tohos. Hey, Troy. Hey, BT Cruiser. Eventually I can only be here for an hour or so. What was that? I must have hit somewhere he didn't like. Hey, Heiko. Hi, William. Hey, Chris. Yep. Had 2 of my V0.1 cereal today. Congratulations. Awesome. Hi, Stuart. I have been working on lots of things. So let's get started. I think Charlie is probably, are you petted out yet? Let's find out. Let's see if he's once back up here or not. Hey, Lester. What do we got? Lord Gitface. Howdy. Hey, Panzercadden. And Ivan. Okay, so when we left off, we had belted. Let's see if we can get a little better angle here. Oh, come on. There we go. So we had belted half of the printer. Now, before we go too far, I want to note something, because I think that might be a little different between belting a regular Core XY, one of our regular Core XY, and this IDEX setup. When I belt this, you're not really tensioning it, but I'm pulling on the belts, just one belt for this carriage, which means when I was pulling on this last stream, it was racking the gantry a lot. I've since loosened it just because I didn't want it to sit there in a racked state, but it makes a big difference when you're normally on any of our other printers on a normal Core XY. You're basically pulling both of these, both belts, and that kind of evens out. But here, if I move this all the way to the front, there is quite a, here, this might be a better view. And this is after I loosened it, and that's just those belts pulling it that way. When I pull it here, this actually tightens up quite a bit. So, and then I can tension it then from the idler in the front. So something to be aware of. Don't pull on those to begin with. So we will basically get the other one going, and then we'll try to get everything tensioned up and de-racked. So, hi Phil, hi Tauntless. Chat isn't showing on stream. Oh, it is not. Thank you. There we go. I often, when I'm chatting with someone or whatever in Discord, I'll often use this setup, and I turn that kind of stuff off, and I just forgot to turn it back on. Thanks for that, Pex Peppers. And Charlie wants out, so let me let him out. Go, 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 go. Okay, is everything else good? I got my lighting, I got my music. you can hear me. Trying to get my new Euclid probe set up this weekend. Somewhat difficult. All of those have some definite steps you need to go through, and I need to do a updated Euclid stream. I plan to. I just haven't been able to fit it in. Hey Scott, Edge of 3D. Hey Steve. Rebel Angel, the SB2040 on my 2.4 detonated and my 0.1 is still missing its top hat. Uh-oh. So SEMA was cool. I actually bought a shirt this year because I didn't take enough shirts with me. So, big show. I was expecting it to be smaller, still recovering from COVID, but it was gigantic. Got to see a few-year-old F1 car. They did a promotional trip, run down the strip, so they went around, closed off the strip and went up and down the strip a few times. That was kind of cool. I got a video of that. Otherwise, just lots of the usual. Lots of show cars, lots of supercars, lots of vendors. Not as many 3D printing related vendors as has been there in the past. In the past, I've run into, this year Raise 3D was there, but I'd run into Lowspot and Mark Forged and a bunch of other, Ultimaker has been there in the past. But only Raise 3D is the only place. I know there were a couple others that were supposed to be there, but I didn't find them. But smaller places, at least not names that I recognized. Hey Gerard, love to hear your thoughts on CAN bus. I am about to have get a lot of experience in CAN bus, so you'll get my thoughts as we work on it. Have you built a Doom Voron with the extrusion frame door? I have not yet. So, got my Clippy NG back up and running. It prompted me to simplify and make notes on swapping from inductance to clicky. Awesome. Remember the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason, and plot. I know no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. Didn't you say that somewhere else? Almost good. Forgot to there we go. Like the stream. So yeah, I had a good time hanging out with friends. Now, I'm definitely feeling it in my voice. Just walking around, I didn't have to do a lot of talking, but if anybody's been to Vegas, there is cigarette smoke everywhere. Oh, and pot smoke is even more prevalent now. You can't walk anywhere without smelling that. So I'm noticing my throat is a little raw from there. So if I'm a little more rough or have to clear my throat a bit more, that's why. Hey, PJ. How loud was the F1 car for you? The show cars mostly have the older V8 or V10 engines instead of... Yes, this was an older... this was a V10, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can publish that to an unlisted video or something if anybody wants to see that. I mean, it's just an F1 car going up and down the Vegas Strip, and they're going to be doing a lot of that next year. So they're doing an F1 race in Vegas next fall. So they're doing a lot of promotion for it. Super expensive to go to, though. So... Yeah, that is definitely, Chris, the drawback of Vegas in general is the smoke. And for someone, I don't like cigarette smoke. I grew up around it my whole life, and I do not, never smoked, never will. Try to stay away from it. Hey, Battalion. Someone in my Lotus Club has Mario Andretti's 78 F1 car. Wow. Hey, Bill. Okay, let's get going. Hope I'm not asking twice which board we'll use. I'm going to use the Mellow ecosystem of boards for this build because I haven't before, and I like to get some experience with the different offerings out there. So I have the Super 8, which is their 8 driver board. I will only be using 7 of them only. And then I have the Mellow SB 2040 can tool head boards for the Stealthburner. So, and then I will be using, I picked up a couple of Revo Borons from KB3D, and what else? That's kind of the main stuff. I'm reusing my 250 Trident, and I had a 350 frame, so we stretched it in width, stretched it in Y. So, yeah, smoke in Vegas is terrible. Hey, Kyle. Good morning. Hey, Lewis. So, yeah, we will get to that. We will not get to that today, though. So, let me gather the parts we're going to need. I'm going to grab, and maybe we'll go with this view. I've got the second carriage, X carriage. F1 race in Vegas will be the only race on a Saturday on the calendar. I think to don't clash with US sports. Got it. Do love the sound from Koenigsegg's motors. Hear them daily in the factory. Nice. There are so many supercars out there. I have a friend who's really into them, and I have to ask him, what is this? I mean, they're all, so many of them look so similar, but if you're really into them, you start noticing the details and why they're special and stuff. Oh, there's Charlie again. Hold on. You ready? Okay. Someone insisted I had a second one. I was like, don't see any of the docs either. Dead pie. Ouch. Just installed my Revo Boron this weekend as well, so I can print PLA. I thought Revo was a good choice for this because just the nature of the system being heavier, I don't need a high flow hot end, but being able to change the nozzles quickly, I think will be handy. Okay. Speaking of smoke, is there a good way to clean residual PLA off the hot end? Got my heater and nozzle extracted from the blob, just a little bit left attached. Probably a wire brush, brass wire brush. I would lightly. Okay. Uh-oh. I've got, no, this must not be it. Okay, so there's my belt. The one we cut last stream. And I guess that's where we can start. We have carriage and we have belt. So I fixed my bed crashing this week. It was missing the clicky bed mesh. Include. Oh, okay. Cool. Working with alignment on the panels on them. I want a high flow Revo. Not sure if I can keep waiting. Yeah, I would like a high flow Revo, even though most of my printing doesn't hit. And I feel like I'm printing really fast now on the V0, my V0.2, at least to the point of still getting the quality I expect. And I'm still within the flow limits of a Revo, so. And the point where I feel like the printer's not gonna shake itself apart in a few prints. Hey, Jose. Just bought the Creality Sonic Pad and FL Sun Speeder Pad to run Clipper. Is that cheating? I haven't messed with either of those, and I've seen a bunch of videos on them, but I haven't watched any of them through, so I'm not qualified to give an opinion on whether you should use that or a Pi. Oh, Chris, definitely do any cleaning on that with it hot. At least to the point where the whatever material, the PLA is probably, I'd go 150-ish. Okay, so where were we on this? Which direction do we need to go? Let me get caught up. Let's see what is going to be. So we need the top belt. And are we gonna try to go this way? Oh, I need to make sure that I've got my, yeah, I had it upside down. Need to read the writing on the Gates belt. So the max flow rate depends on extruder and hot end. Greatly. I mean, it's, the variables are that and their prints, or the max flow rate, yes. Hey, pushing plastic. Acetone doesn't work well. No, it does not. Acetone doesn't dissolve. Acetone is for, we'll do ABS. Okay, just trying to figure, okay, so this needs to go through here, and then I'm gonna pull this, I have a screw in the front here. And then probably get some tweezers because I can see the end of the belt here. Probably pull this out this way and then try to push it back in. Let's see if it's, it pulled right through there. Nice. I don't know if I'd be able to do that twice. Pull the silicone cover and burn it out, maybe? You could. I hit about 230 millimeters per second on infill, 10K acceler on my Trident. I used to print so slow, but man, that thing loves to go quick. Yeah, I've got my V0.2 is at 12K accels, and I think I'm just right around there on the infill. I slow it down to 80, I think, for the external perimeters, but everything else is in the high 100s or into the 200s. I don't know what's going to be the best view for this. Maybe. Oops, I'm going to knock my coffee off. I'm going to move this out of the way so I don't. Maybe this will be best. Well, we got to get some hours on it, right, John? Just enough for him to get some tweezers in here. Is that going to be enough to... No, the other way. Go the other way. There we are. Wow, this one is especially tight. There we are. Yeah, definitely the dry throat today. I'm going to be drinking a lot. We'll see how it goes. What happens when the gates is upside down? It rubs wrong, and that's why you get the extra bits of belt powder on there. So don't let the gates belt be upside down. Okay. Hey, Beartastic. There we go. And then into here. And I think we've got the main part of this belted. There we go. Okay. That one will anchor, so these carriages are different from your regular Trident in that there is a pass-through here instead of the features that grab the belt here. There's a pass-through here for the other carriage. So this will go on here with just enough belt sticking out so I can grab it. And I'm gonna need to split that difference because I think my belts are on the edge of where I would want them to be. Oops, wrong one. Just hold that in place and put a screw in. Victor, thanks for gifting the memberships. Those going to be Stealthburner and CW2 extruders. Yes, they are. There's 1/2 on. Hi, Michael from Germany. Welcome. Seeing the gates is upside down, you have to flip over all the bearings so they're upside down too. That would almost work if it wasn't for my OCD. Then it doesn't work. Wow, did I grab the wrong belt or did I miss a whole loop here? Let me make sure I didn't grab the wrong belt because this is way long. I didn't miss a whole path on this belt, did I? That is way long. Troy, thanks for gifting memberships. DJ Daddy, you got your cereal today. Awesome. Yes, we need more Tridents. How many Trident cereals now? Are we over 800? Now, that's all V1 cereals, but mine is 210, and I think we were in the 300s when Trident was actually released. What is going on? I feel like these are the old belts. Why is this way longer? What did I miss? Because that should be the other belt that I cut. And this one is definitely not nearly long enough, so that was the scrap. Is the XM stop installed on the left tool head? No, not yet. But that's okay, I can install that anytime, right? Oh, you got 800? Awesome. Congrats. Just cut it if you find it needs to be longer. You can staple it. Did you go through the front either? I did. I'm just really confused here. This would come back through and slide through this carriage because I know I cut both of those to the same length. That moves and that moves, so what did I do? This is a fresh belt. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna, yeah, everything's moving as it should. I'm just really, like I said, I'm really confused because you folks watched me cut these belts. I didn't accidentally mix them up. This is definitely a used belt over here. These are all used belts in my other box. So I did route it around the motor. Both of them are moving. Okay, well, I have plenty of belt. If I really screwed it up, I'm just gonna cut this. I'm just gonna cut this to a reasonable length and then we'll tweak it from there. Do not cut the long belt unless you're 100% sure everything is routed right. No, for sure. I will. Here, let's tie that into place. So that's tied in. This is how much extra I have for some reason. But let's see. Let's double check. I've got this belt. Right side carriage is the bottom. This is the one we did last time. We know it's right. It's moving the stepper. The one we just routed, it's doing the same, moving the stepper. I'm just gonna cut it. So let's see what we got here. Oh, that's kind of interesting. What's that? Woo! Yeah, everything's going around where it should. Everything is correct. Yeah, belts, this is the top belt going around the front idler. This is the bottom belt going around the left idler. I have no idea, but I think this is funny. You move this, just move the carriage in it. You didn't cut the second belt on the last stream. You were going to do it afterwards? Really? Did I not cut it? Oh well, I can still get this going. I'm not gonna unbelt the whole thing and start over. Wait, belt path appears wrong, leaving left side. What do you mean? What appears wrong, Mike? No, there's the left side, the top belt shouldn't go through the idler. Poity, $20, thank you. I didn't see you cut the cable in second video, I just reviewed it. Okay, I just never cut it, that's fine. That means let's put this here. I apologize for my throat. It's going to be tough today. Let's try pulling this one notch, maybe a little less. Sure you have plenty of extra belt in case it could. Oh yeah. Yep, I'm not gonna worry about it anymore. There we go. One tooth there. So with these in the full, the idlers are in the full loose position. I'm just trying to get these to where these belts feel about the same, and they do. And they're hitting, let's see, I might be, yeah. I didn't need that one, so let's go one tooth here. There we go. Hey Gary, member for 7 months, thank you. Maybe it looks to be traveling too far towards the linear rail for some reason. Okay, so those are very close. The gantry is very close to even with the belts like this, with the tensioners all the way forward. This should be, the belt should be the same at this point. So I'm comfortable with that. Everything is moving as it should. Each one moves independently. So, and then, like I said, the whole thing is, you can see here, is very close to correct on racking. So we'll do the final adjustment with the front idler tensions, and then we can tighten this up within the range of this idler for sure. So, yep, we are good. I'm going to cut. Aaron. Hi Steve, done with the Voron 2x4. It's got the clicky, the nozzle scrubber, and Nevermore. Currently waiting for a chamber thermistor and the Stealthburner LEDs. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna, yeah, I think these are all really close. So I'm gonna go there, and I'm gonna go there. Good enough. Now we've got some, what other installation do I need to do on these? There's lots of little things. Need some cross bolts and some M3 nuts. M3 hex nuts, and it is a, these 30s or 40s? It's a 30, okay. Hi, TJL. Hey, PF Dennis. Stuck on configuring CAN bus again. Did I get this? There we go. Hey, Danny. Welcome. And I'm not completely tightening these, I'm just kind of assembling things. The two 30mm bolts to hold the carriages together. The other side of the M8s, M3x8s to hold it to the rail. Hey, Cadwin. Okay. Just using the screw to push the hex nut all the way in before tightening it from the other side. Woo. And two more in 3x8s. Okay, that is the carriages. I need the little indexing screws for the Stealthburner. Let me put those in. Oop. Before I forget them, because I've forgotten those before. I am Mr. Butterfingers today. Just go in just a little bit. We'll do the final adjustment on those here in a bit. Pushing Plastic, thanks for gifting the memberships. How clingy was Charlie when you got home from SEMA? Quite. He was very clingy. I've been gone a lot compared to the recent past, so he's definitely clingy. Ooh, it's starting to get warm in here. I took my AC unit out of here too because it's getting nice and mild, but okay, so that is done. Do I have a, I can take one of these, the rear pieces here, and we can tuck the extra belt out. Pushing Plastic, member for 6 months. Thank you. Oh, come on. Yeah, whatever. Let's just push these down. I just want to put this in here And then I can tighten these down to where they need to be. Down to touch, and then a hair back so that it slides off but doesn't wiggle. Chris, what filament did I print the parts in? So the dark gray is KVP's graphite gray, and the silver is just a silver off of Amazon company that calls itself Novamaker. Yep. Okay, so those are good. Yes, Charlie does get separation anxiety. I think I permanently traumatized him when I was gone for several months back in 2017. So I have an EV36, but use a UTC rather than a hat on my solid fork. I haven't used it for a bit, so I'll have to check and see if the update broke that too. Oh, there's an update. How's the printer able to move one carriage at a time? There are 4. See here? There are 4 NEMA 14 steppers moving the gantry. So 1 for each X carriage and 1 for each side on Y. Yeah, Novamaker, I've been very happy. The Novamaker ABS has been no problem for me. I've had a few different colors and printed quite a bit with it without any problems. My glasses. Hey, Christian. Okay. The next thing, no problem in building a Tridex as well as a little before. I'm waiting on my 2.4 that's printing my 2 CW2s. So we have the idler, the tension idlers here for the X. Now, since the Y tensioners would have been in the way, we can put the Y ones in place. As soon as I find them, I have just a pile of parts here. There's one. There's the other one. Okay. So the circular side versus the hex side. This goes, and it says right Y. So this is gonna go here. This one's gonna go here, but we have to pull this bolt out, which isn't a big deal because we have a idler instead of a bearing stack. So put that there, right Y. Now, what is going to be the best way? I think if I grab a suitably sized, there we go. Yeah, that worked. Awesome. Just kind of use the something. I just used a hex wrench here from the bottom to pull that idler back so I could get the bolt in from the top. That is a very interesting printer, pretty wide though. It's as wide as a 350 build, because that's the frame. Let's go ahead and do this side. I don't know if I can get maybe I can get a better angle for the install method here. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna pull this. Out. Put this in here. And then I think I can go in from the bottom. There. And just all I'm doing is shifting that bearing back into place. That's the wrong size for that. And then put the hex nut on the bottom. Overall width on a 350, if we get out the ruler, overall width on a 350 is 510 millimeters, about 20 inches. Almost exactly 20 inches. That's not including panel clips and stuff, but. I have just a pile of parts too. Z1 motor failed yesterday on the 2.4. Ouch. The Hart K PC or Stealthburner PCB uses smaller JSTs. So the common JSTs are XH series. The Hart K PCB uses the PH series. They are slightly more annoying to crimp. That's true. Okay, so these should not be tight. They should, because they still need to slide along here. Hi, Dr. Ronnie. Is that Wiley's favorite ruler? Yes, it is. It is an aluminum metal ruler. My IDEX is 635 millimeters wide. That's like to here. Oh, Charlie's out number 2. Did he ever settle down? Okay, let's get this out of the way. I think we can tension this. So, tension X first, I imagine. Where did my, there we go. So I think let's go here. We need our tensioning screws, which are gonna be our M3x40s. Hi, Aaron. What is Huff? Thank you very much for the super chat. What is HUF currency? Thank you very much. Wider bed is useful on IDEX for parallel mirror printing. Yep. I'm not too concerned with that myself. I really want just the multi-material and 2-color printing. I'm not too worried about mirror and stuff. Okay, so screws for this tensioner are in line. It's easy to tell because the belt you're tensioning, the screw is in line with on all of these. So there's basically three levels of belts. There's the top belt, which is the left carriage. There's the middle belt, which is the right carriage. And then there's the bottom bolts, which are each side of the Y. My 2.4 300 is wide enough for me. Don't have that much space though. I don't have that much space either, but I'm making it for this. I had to Google that too. Hungarian forint. Awesome. Did you sort out the Wi-Fi issues you were having with the solid fork? Not yet. I have some new equipment. I've got a new switch. I need to get an access point. I'm gonna strengthen my my Wi-Fi signal in here, and I'm also going to put a Ethernet jack. I'm gonna take 2 of these, you can see this here. This is a 24-volt panel. I'm gonna rearrange this to where I don't need 3 sets. So I'm gonna put a Ethernet jack in the backsplash there. I typically have tension Y first, then X. I'm just thinking X because it gets the tensioner out of the way. But I think you're right, either way should work. So I'm just gonna I'm just gonna put some tension on this until it feels right. Now there's a couple of things we wanna do here. So tension about even, and then making sure that all of the belts are lined up in the in the bearing stacks before we go any further. So making sure every spot they're lined up and they appear to be, and especially on the front, which I may need a flashlight, and from this angle may be the best. Yeah, that looks right. And then I think they're all in the right spot. Now let me let Charlie back in. Hi. Whoa. Hi, Mario. First time watching the live stream. Thanks for the content. Awesome. Welcome. Thanks for being here. As you tension Y, it will also slightly tension X. Right. And then any deviation, I think we rely on Y homing to make sure the printer is not racked. So I feel pretty good about the tension on there. And we are slightly over here. So let's pull this one in just a hair and then run through, run through just to equals. There we go. So those are touching at the same time on the front now. Now we're gonna tension Y. And I may need to pull X just a little looser because to tension that did not take any travel. So, oops, here. You see here, I have all this adjustment space left with X tension, but I only have that much space there for Y now. So I'm going to tighten Y and see where it ends up, but I may need to move the X carriages by a tooth so that moves this tensioner more out of the way for Y. Does that make sense? So I suspect, and I need a couple more M3x40s, I suspect I'm going to need to, Charlie's going to be a butt. He wants out already. You said you wanted in. Hi, Ken. So let's get what little bit of tensioning we can on Y. And actually that's feeling pretty good. Let's see see if we can leave it. Yeah, that's right there. So let's see where we end up here. Yeah, those are still good. I'm feeling good about all of that. I'm gonna leave it. If I need to adjust it later, I can. That's one way you can do it. Tighten Y belts with X partially loose, then install the X belts into carriages, then tension X. That's a good idea, Eddie. But I think I'm okay with it as it is. I think I lucked out because this is, the gantry is not racked. Yeah, everything's hitting at the same time. And just by feel, I'm comfortable with the belt tensions. This side could probably use just a little more. Let's just do that. That didn't change my X. How are the Y end stops feeling with triggering? That's a good idea. Let's see if we can get, here is our Y end stop. There's one on either side. I can hear them engaging. I'm hearing two of them engage. Yeah, I think we're good, Eddie. Yeah. Need to deal with ABS foam extraction next spring before I attempt prints that long. I'm printing something right now, 24-hour print that needs printing twice in different colors, and the parts are too long for me to do a parallel print. Wow. Yeah, I'm feeling comfortable with this. This is feeling good. I think that is it for gantry belting. Are there more instructions I should be looking at? So I'm a little late here, but this is the Tridex. For anybody who hasn't watched the previous videos, this is the Tridex IDEX setup based on the Voron Trident, done by Eddie the engineer here in chat. Eddie has, this is Eddie. Eddie has a YouTube, has a YouTube channel. So let's put that in chat. And the files for this are hosted on his GitHub. And this is where we left off last week. These are the instructions. I believe we finished this page. This is just giving us a draft of the instructions. And the order of operations for tensioning and alignment. And then we have wiper nozzle. Take the nozzle wiper components and insert 2 heat sets in the ends of each nozzle. Cut pieces of silicone wiper. So I bought the silicone wiper material. It's sitting here. And it based on a template. Is that a printed template? So nozzle wiper and then tool head assembly. So that's what we'll do next. We'll assemble some Stealthburners. Anyway, this GitHub, which is where I was going, is on the Frankenvoron. And let's go to the head page here so I can copy that. And paste it over here. So that is what we're doing. Does the conversion to IDEX render the Trident a sort of dual Cartesian machine? It's a Core, what is it? Core XX plus YY? What is the designation on that, Eddie? It's a hybrid setup. Oh, there's Charlie. Come on, Charlie. And my shoes untied. There we go. Okay. Let's assemble some Stealthburners. That's neat. I like how the X carriages behave on this. It's very different from a Core XX plus YY, but hybrid Core XY and Clipper. Okay, enough playing. And here comes Charlie. I need printed parts for Stealthburner. Oops, don't need that. I've got these. Hey, John, thanks for gifting the memberships. Okay. Faces, we get to do 2 of these. And I get to grab bits and pieces from the old tool head. So we'll be pulling things out of there to, and the old, I'm reassembling all of the parts. So these are the old parts. We'll disassemble. Hey, Dustin, welcome. So the only difference between these 2 tool heads is in the rear, between these 2 Stealthburner assemblies, is the rear of the tool head. So one of them has an extra feature here to act as a bumper for the other X end stop. So that one will go on the left extruder. This one is just a standard rear. Lots of bits and pieces. And there's so the newer versions of the release version of Stealthburner has a mounting point for a ADXL sensor, and there's another part here that houses the other X end stop, and it goes in here, however that goes in here. Why didn't you reverse the colors for each extruder? That might have been a good idea. I don't know why. Hey Justin, how does tramming work on this setup? I assume both heads can print at the same time, correct? Not supported right now. It's not supported in Clipper right now for them to both print at the same time. It's better to refer to the gray and black extruder than the left and right. That's true. Oh well. Supervisor Charlie, yes. Hey, you get a view. Gotta find 2 bits of everything in here. Okay, I think that's, I need another one of these. Thought that was it, but I need another one of those. There it is. So we have this, there, that. There we go. I think that's all of it. So we have heat set time. If you had an IDEX, you could reverse colors easily by doing a parallel print. Can always swap out the front just to a different color later. Which tool head board am I going to use? I'm going to use the Mellow SB2040 tool head board. This one goes over here, that one goes there, that's there. Okay, let's start putting Clockwork 2 together. I think I've already cleaned up these parts. Yep, I've already cleaned them up for just with my flat file. I'm taking a break before I put what's left of my hair out. Ooh, let's get some, here we go. You're gonna have to add handles to the sides if you're trying to keep growing anymore? Yes. It's just curious how to do that, and I looked at it specifically. And I've eaten since then, so I don't remember. You like that, Kyle? I bet you like the color most of all, right? Heat sets. Guess we just get to do a bunch of heat sets. I don't know if it's going to be better to do this, maybe? Yeah, let's do that. Where are we at? Over 200 people. Tridex is popular. Just Lots of heat sets. I've got a cooler fan for the 2040s. They get hot. We'll find out. I hope I don't need to do a cooling fan, but we shall see. I've got an extra, I bought an extra SB 2040 just in case. Oh, another one. Don't forget the one, oops, there. Down in here for the tensioner. And is that all of them in that piece? I think so. This is the one that gets a bunch of them. Yeah. Two on the sides. Probably need to get a new tip. This one's been catching sometimes. I have a Hypercube printer and I want to make me a Voron 2.4 or a Trident. Have fun. Are those CAN bus? Yes, the toolhead, I will be using CAN bus on this. This will be might be my first experience with CAN bus. I was going to try it on a different printer before that, but I just haven't had time. I have a Weller soldering iron with a 1 to 5 setting. Where would you put yours if you had my iron? I don't know what 1 to 5 means. I'd go in the middle. I'd go maybe lower middle, maybe 2. See if that'll melt in. Start low and work high. Okay, on the back of Stealthburner, there are a couple of heat sets that need to go under flush. That's not this one. It's this upper on the rear upper one goes under flush by about 1 millimeter. So just keep pushing it, and then the rear lower one is the same. Goes under flush. So you see that? This one here is flush. This one is under flush. What are the benefits of having a CAN bus system? Less cables and hardware. Absolutely. That's pretty much it. The cable management. Ooh, this one didn't go in straight. Luckily, it's just a tool head one. There we go. Everything else looks good. And what's that here? Yeah, I keep getting caught on that. I've got something on the tip of the insert tool there. Hey Eddie, I added a few images to the toolhead assembly section for you when you get there. Awesome. Thank you. It is important on the shuttle here for that heat set to not be over flush. It needs to be flush with the plastic. Okay, is that all of them? I've got a couple of heat sets to put into the tool head here. Like I said, I printed the Revo version of these. Okay, that's all for this side. Yes, okay. Let's go ahead, since I have the iron warmed up, let's just do both sides. Better if twisted, but with such short lengths, I don't notice any difference. I'm gonna try to twist the wires for the can, just for any amount of interference resistance we can get. I've heard that it can be a problem. Pun not intended. Hold that iron vertically, yes. Hey Andres, sorry, just back from a road trip. What did I miss? We got the gantry is belted and tensioned and de-racked and good to go. Okay, that was one. Yep, Dennis, thanks for gifting the memberships. I don't get well enough to say how, but you should be able to pull an older version of Clipper from there somehow. Yeah, if you look in the history, or I don't know if Clipper does releases. Hi, Charlie. I guess everyone was waiting for the umbilical setup. I'm waiting for that too. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do with wire routing on this. I'm gonna figure it out as we go. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, missed the back ones. He wants out again. Yes. He hasn't settled down to lay down yet. Someone gift at Eddie the Engineer membership. I love Charlie just sitting in, yes. Charlie is always, unless he's eating or doing his business. Okay, where are we? Okay, that and that are the last ones. And those, okay. Someone is waiting for the umbilical setup. Yeah, there's a good umbilical mod for Stealthburners kicking around. Yeah, I'll figure it out before we get there. I think wiring might be next stream, maybe. At least the beginnings of wiring. All the burner. YouTube only gives a gift membership to accounts using real names. You should. Well, I'm in a garage, so I can't really do a Charlie door. And it doesn't really bother me to let him in and out. Anyone here a good tip for pulling off a feature mounted with VHB tape? Like a dead power supply. Twist, try twisting, or steady pressure. Gary, thanks for gifting the memberships. Okay, what do I got? That's last ones. Last ones. I know heat set insert installation is thrilling. I should have done one of these ahead of stream, but this was a little bit of a compressed week for prep. I'm just glad that I didn't actually get to the Stealthburners last week, because that means I had already prepped for this. There we go. IPA will help with VHB. Like hazy, or what kind of IPA? Heat inserts are captivating, yes. Okay. Let's go through, let's do one at a time. Do this one first. And take these parts. I guess we can go back here. Now we're gonna disassemble the fan and stuff from here. And I think I hear Charlie again. Hey, Polar Ted. Yes, what do you need? He's not getting something he needs. Yeah, they pretty much the same as suggestions. Sounds a lot less dangerous. I guess chain flex is probably the best umbilical wire for can at the moment. It's bright green though. We can always put a, maybe put a wrap on it. Oh, that's tight. It's tight in there. Fan and this fan, and then the Stealthburner LEDs. Now, to get this out, there is a feature on it. If you avoid your wires, you can just take a screwdriver and pry it out like that. Now, I don't remember exactly which revision, little tiny bits of revisions on this particular tool head, so that's why I've just reprinted it. So we'll redo all of this. Just very gently pry the LEDs out. And there we go. So now we'll just set this aside because I'm not going to reuse the diffuser or anything. I've reprinted those. So, did we lose music? Yes, we did. It was not on shuffle. Or it wasn't on repeat. It was on shuffle, but not repeat. Steve, I think you, okay, thank you. I'll check that out. Hi, Max. I think it should be possible to have just two wires going to the head with voltage conversion on a tool head PCB. Data could be one wire interface. I use a yellow chain flex. I need to look at the chain flex options, I guess. You don't ground the outer shielding of the green chain flex, you're wasting money at that point. Okay, so that is out. Let's reassemble things into here. Oh, we need diffusers. And this little shield here, I want to make sure I don't have any elephant's foot, otherwise it's a pain to get in there. So I'm just going to scrape the edges. And then the diffuser itself looks good. Snap this into here. That went in well. Okay, a combo of pre-apply IPA, ventinary syringe, don't want to undo the parts to keep, let it sit, then use dental floss. Okay, this guy goes into here. That's always kind of fiddly, getting things in there. There we go. Not quite sure when I'm going to do this month's member stream, and I'm not quite sure what we're going to cover. So if anybody has any suggestions, I'm going to assist the, there we go, cutting away from me on these bridges. There we go. Now, this guy goes in here and then slides into here. There. What clear are the lenses printed with? It is just some, I don't even know what, oh, I do know what. It's SaneSmart Clear PET G that I use. And just work these wires. I usually just kind of go one at a time past the little wire retaining features. Oops, I didn't cut that one out of the way. So. There we go. Oops, I wasn't even showing that. I'm just cutting this little sacrificial bridge out of the way. And then in there. There we go. All the wires finally in their little spots. There, just like that. PET G is a good option, yeah, because it scatters light pretty good. To what John said, watch CNC Kitchen's episode on optically clear filaments. You don't want this to be too clear. If it's too clear, you get kind of a harsh light coming out, and I think resin stuff ends up being a little too clear. I used clear PET G last time, didn't diffuse enough. You need to let it, mine is probably a little wet too, so it's pretty, if you see, it's pretty white rather than clear. Love to see some MPCNC stuff. I just printed all the parts for it. The tough part about doing MPCNC on camera is that I don't have, oh, I need to cut this sacrificial bridge out as well. I don't have a way right now to record in my other garage, and that's where it is. Okay, am I gonna go with this one, or am I gonna try to swap this to another? goes in there. Flathead screws to make sure it stays in place. Those do not get tightened. All they're there for is to make sure the fan doesn't move. And actually these need to come back out because I'm gonna use, actually I don't use these. I'm using a tool head board with the PCB that goes across here. So those do not stay there. Okay, so let's grab one of those tool head boards and get the rest of this part set up. I use clear white ABS. I hear natural ABS works really well as a diffuser for that. Okay, tool head board, SB2040. And it came with a bunch of wire and a few crimps, a few terminals. The interesting thing, this has an, I don't know that the connector on here, it's pre-crimped and terminated. It looks like silicone wire, so I think this will be fine just to use as is, but it's got your heavy gauge power wires and then the CAN wires here. So I'll probably use this actually and maybe just wrap it in a expanded sleeving. I just used the white PLA, which came as a sample from the ender. I use clear ABS. Some of those clear ABSs aren't great, from what I understand. Okay, so this is the two-piece Stealthburner board. There is a piece here that mounts right across the fan back there, and that allows, along with the main tool head board here, this plugs in like that, see? So this is your fan, and this is clockwork over here. So to do that, this guy goes in here. So let's get these wires out of the way. And this is gonna mount right in and screw in like that. And then we'll cut these wires to length and solder them into place. So this is already, one thing you wanna look for on these is that these pins on the back of this header are flush or near flush, because it does get pretty tight in here. And I'm actually going to take my handy little file, wherever it ended up going. Okay, I'll use the other one. And I'm just going to, oh yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna file these even a little bit more. I'm gonna do this. Oops, where? Just like that, just to make them just a little bit, that little bit of extra clearance. And Charlie wants out again. He's skipping the sleep part of his routine. So then make sure there isn't any residue from filing that. But that gets it even just a little bit better. Yeah, this is definitely based on Hartkay's board. I need some M3x8 button heads. I think that's what I want here. Now we're gonna slip this in here and bolt it down. And it does not have to be tight, and it probably should not be tight. Just a touching. hey, Kyle. How are you? Now we got to figure out, so here's part cooling fan here, and we have ground 5 volts, PWM1, and 24 volts. Now all of mine are, oops, I didn't even double check. I think these are all 24 volt fans, but let me double check. It's been, I've covered up the label, so I need to pull this little board off. Oh, that's a 12 volt fan. I don't want to use that. I'm going to swap that out. That is a 12 volt fan, and I'm not going to use it. That's a Sun-On. So what fan am I going to use, and where did I put those? What am I going to use? You're going to have to be patient with me. I forgot that those probably weren't. That those probably weren't 24 volt fans. Okay, where are my fans? I got a few fans. I have just a few fans here. So what do I have here? That is another, that's the same fan. Where's this? This is a Delta. This is a Delta 24 volt fan. That's what we're going to use. And do I have 2 of those? Yes, I do. Perfect. Those are the fans we're going to use. And here is a second. Oh, where are those? And another hot end fan. Yes, late to the stream, but still happy to catch a bit. Remember for 7 months, thank you. Gosh, let's put these back. Okay, so that means we have to actually modify these. I was not prepared to modify some fans. I got 230 fans watching me. Much appreciated. Nothing that 20 diodes in series cannot handle. Hey, Emmanuel. 24 volts on a 12 volt fan has really good breeze, but not for long. Yeah, so we have these, we need to modify them. These are gonna be Delta 24 volt. Derek, thanks for gifting the memberships. Hey, Nuno. So we need to modify. We need to modify the fan. And I don't know, I used to have my little hacksaw blade in here. I don't know that I still do. You know what? We haven't seen Dancing Max in a while. So I think we need just a little bit of Dancing Max so I can run over to the other garage and get a hacksaw blade so we can do this a little quicker. Hey, Christian. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had to grab just a hacksaw blade. Dancing is using the word generously. Okay, so we're gonna get the full Stealthburner assembly experience. So we need to cut these mounting tabs off is the idea, if anybody's not familiar. So, weightlifting without weights. So I am going to cut it from this side, and I guess we can do something like this. Hi, Offrey. And we're going to, I just kind of use my fingers. There's a printed tool you can use that helps guide this, but I just kind of use my fingers here and I gauge where I'm gonna want to be on this cut and just use my fingers to make sure I don't come too close. And it does not take any pressure, very light pressure. And straight down, and you only have to go through the half. So that's one side, one half done. Make sure you don't get your wires in the way, but I just kind of line this up and then use my fingers. Don't even have to buy a whole hacksaw for this, just the blade. That would be done for that one, so let's do both of them real quick. Hey Bruno. I just use flush cutters. I'm afraid the plastic being brittle enough, to crack under the flush cutters. Plus, this gets me closer to just filing the there's another one. Gets me closer to just filing it flush. And that is it. I've got a bunch of dust to clean up now. Okay. Charlie in for the upteenth time. I have a feeling his food dish is empty. Give me half a moment more. Nope, he's just being a butt. Dremel would work fine too. Dremel would work fine too. And then just pry the front off, and then it goes in the trash. Now, additional filing I do just to smooth everything out. And then the little tabs on that did hold the kit cover on, I file those flat too. And then you end up with a mounting tabless fan. Hey, Ed. Okay, then I like to, just because I like to take a little dab of super glue on these, just to strain relief the wires in here. So, just a little dab. And some activator. Same thing over here. Doesn't matter if we do it now or after we file it. Let's go back to this. Oh, Charlie's back in. Dremel makes a lot of dust. This way is better. The dust is more controlled this way for sure. I don't like the idea of paying for the whole fan case and using only half of it. Yeah, these wires are prone to pulling out. I agree. And doing any amount of strain relief is going to be good, just as you're working with it even. Okay, so let's pop this case off. So a little screwdriver is all it takes. And then just finish filing this. Just to smooth it out. Make sure it fits inside that fan housing well. And then get rid of the tabs. And that is it. When Anakin drinks an energy drink, an activator. Mm-hmm. Activator. There is a capacitor diode and a resistor kit that can smooth out the PWM signal, which creates 20 hertz into the ear. Perfect. Now we can put this in. That in there, and then our fan each can go back in. I don't know where sanity is. I found some 15 by 15 by 4.5 millimeter blowover fans recently. That's tiny. Where did that? There we go. Now we can solder all this into place. Not tight, just bottom. Get the soldering tools. Swap my tip. And bump the temperature on the iron. Okay. Let's see here. This is Ellis had this amazing macro that someone helped him with that monitors fan RPMs. If you use fan with tachometer, can't wait to try it. Yep. One of the crew was big into that. I don't know if it was Kilo or Shifting Tech. I don't remember. That might have been who was helping him. So part cooling fan is here. There are 5 pins here. What we're going to want is 24 volt and PWM 1. There's also 5 volt here and ground, but we just need to go for the part cooling fan, which is this guy we just put in. These are just gonna reach over here and solder in right like that. So we'll cut those short. Hot end fan over here is the same 5 wires, and then the LED, 5 volt ground and signal here. So the SB2040 is a cursed board. That's making me feel good. That'll be okay. We'll figure it out. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of lay these in place and figure out how much. I feel like I really want to put a little like service loop on here, basically, because I hate cutting fan wires or these wires permanently too short. So I think I'm gonna do something like that. So where did my snippers go? Where did they go? Where did I set those? Anybody know where I put my wire cutters? They were right here, right? I guess I can use these. I have multiples. Charlie ate them. Okay, let's line this back up again. So let's cut that right there. I mean, it's possible I had them in my hand when I went to get the hacksaw blade and just didn't bring them back. Check the fan box, that's a good idea. Okay, so those are stripped. They fell off the edge when you were using the hacksaw. Oh, hey. Is that what we want? There we go. That's okay, I'll find them later. Am I zoomed in as far as this will go? Yes. Do. That out of the way. So we are going to tin the 24 volt pad and the PWM1 pad. And then tin the tips of the wires. Now we can solder these in place. PWM1, I think that, right like that, and right like that. And then those will just kind of tuck in there, and I'll have to make sure I don't pinch them when I install it on the thing, but I think that will be good. Charlie's, so where Charlie is right now, usually the exhaust tube or ducting for my AC unit goes right through. So he wasn't able to tuck himself in there as far before. So he's probably pretty happy to be able to to do this now. "24 volts and A ground." Ah, it should be. Here, let's go. Here, let's double check. So we have this is labeled. So we should be able to take, let's check this. Let's check this. Let's break out the multimeter in conduction and continuity mode. So we have the part cooling fan right here. You're right. It is A ground. So over here on this connector, PCF is labeled, and yep. So for hot end fan, it's the same thing. Okay, I was wrong. Thanks for catching that. I would have. What is A ground? What does A ground mean? Here, let's set this up so we can get maybe a little better soldering view. Thanks, Kevin. I would have assumed the PWN one, but I'm glad you caught that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's what I get for... So let's see if we get a... I see the 5015 is a sun-on fan. This 5015 is a Delta fan. Are you caught up, Mehmet? Because I swapped it. I would have fried the board. Is analog ground. You would use that for a thermistor. Ow! Just stabbed myself with some tweezers. Ew, I actually stabbed myself with some tweezers. I hit the soft bleedy bit. There we go, all fixed. Yeah, that's weird. I would not have thought A ground. I'm glad you guys caught that. So let's do the same thing on... Hey, Sanity, welcome. So A ground and 24 volts on this one. So let's see how we want, we can probably just do that. Tuck it over here. I'm just gonna cut this right off. And I'll recycle that end. Hi, Charlie. What's up? Hey, that's hot over there. You're gonna need to, yeah. Okay, this is not the greatest time for you to be up here. Oh, I turned off the iron. That's why it's not melting. Well, we're installing the 2-part PCB right now, or it is the SB2040. It is the SB2040. Here, while we're waiting for that to warm up, this is where Charlie has decided he needs to be. It's warm. Where'd my tweezers go? I'll use these. Okay, 24 volt. There, just like that. And last but not least, we'll do the same thing. We'll just cut the LED wires short. And I'll recycle that connector. What kind of pain in the butt rewiring job, Chris? Okay, now we're going to tin the pads for the LED. Hot end thermistor wire is flaky. 2 revos acting like they are bad. Yeah, they will replace those. Okay, 5 volts. Ground. And signal. And there we go. Could be revo itself, but check wiring first, yeah. Waiting for my SB2040 replacement because mine blew, but Mellow is locked down right now. Uh-oh, locked down? Which board is the correct one for the electronics-based side, as there are 2? What do you mean, Chris? Okay, so this is all wired, and the wires seem to, I mean, there's extra wires here because I didn't want to cut things too short. We'll call them service loops. But there we go. Now we can get the Stealthburner assembled. Two different revos simultaneously. I think it's a wire. Same printer. We have got it. I think I'm going to grab another motor. So we're going to use this one here. And that there. So oh, I did forget a heat set. The one in here for the tool head board, so we need that one. Oh, the 3 versus 1 on the U2C, that's the USB to CAN boards. I bought the 3, but I don't know what limitations the 1 has. I know it has fewer USB ports on it, but I don't know to what that matters for this application. Is this cooled down enough? No, I gotta let my iron cool down before I can insert that other, do that other insert. And Charlie, well, I guess we could do, what is, there we go. This one can turn off though. Yeah, same printer, swap out Revos, same behavior. That seems more, oh yeah, that would be, I wouldn't suspect the Revos at that point. Apparently I am in need of, Charlie is in need of pets. Charlie pet break while we wait for the iron to cool down. It's only $5 more for the 3. 3 has 2 extra ports if you need them, depends on what MCU you use. There's no need, but could be handy. Charlie is demanding. He was demanding last night too. Is this thing cooled down enough? Here, can you sit right here? Yeah, try that. It's okay. These aren't too bad to do somewhat hot, as long as you don't hold it for too long. Turn the temperature down, and we'll do those 2 heat sets. The retention holder doesn't get hot at the screw part, then use pliers. Oh yeah, I do that all the time, Mr. Jackson. All the time. Okay, so these heat sets are a little tricky to get to because you can't go straight in. I found that if I put this in here and then take the iron and just kind of wedge it on the side just like this, it takes a little longer, but it eventually gets hot enough to sink in there. And if you're careful, you can make sure it's going in straight. Without melting anything too bad, too extra. What temp do you use with heat sets? My iron says 450 Fahrenheit. You do the math on that and let me know. The iron, but I don't know if that's accurate. It's the point where it seems to melt them in okay. That's trial and error where I ended up. I'm not entirely sold on those CAN boards working reliably long-term, plus I'm using a Galileo. As far as I know, they're incompatible. So mounting options would be the only thing that's incompatible with Galileo. So I put those heat sets in the same way. Yeah. From the side. Okay. So those are in. I had forgotten those, so now we can assemble the rest of the tool head. Let's see, what can I use to push down on that? There we go. There we go. So that's flush. I don't know what the best angle is for this. Two of those, only need one. It goes in there like that. And the thing that we want to confirm, at some point we want to make sure that the filament path here, along here, is good. Standard fine point tip works well for that heat set, and also every other heat set. I don't want, so you're talking about something like this. For me, they tend to get caught because that's a taper fit. If you're careful, I'm sure it's fine, but. Okay, from the front, let's see, what screws do we need to assemble this thing? We are disassembling another one. So we can just grab, actually, are we? Yeah, we are. We might as well grab these, so. This guy right here, that's a 25, I'm sure. I don't know what's the better angle here. This is probably decent, huh? Whoa. Oh, fun. I've got a heat set. I might not be able to pull this apart. I've got a heat set that's spinning. Fun. Okay. We'll figure that out. Mine were sticking and started pulling the heat sets out, and when the holes were too shallow to would melt through. Yeah. Howdy, Steve. I'm in the process of building an Ender switchwire. Awesome. Welcome, Bruce. I'm disassembling the tool head that was on here. I'm doing all fresh parts. I'm gonna let Charlie out here in a second. Okay. And I gotta figure out how to get this other heat set out. Hi, happy manufacturing, MFG. Charlie is now in the other room. Get the old parts out of the way so I don't accidentally mix them up. Now I've got a heat set right here that's spinning. So I got to figure out what I'm going to do about that. Let's pull all these other parts off first. Spinning heat set. So. And I'm probably not going to reuse this motor in this build. I'll use it in another build because I don't think the wires are going to be long enough. Now that heat set there is spinning. Let's see, what can we do about that? Is that all the last one? No, I can pull this out. No, that's the one that's holding it. What can we do about that? You have an LDO heat set tool that's threaded. Would that help? I don't have an iron that fits with the LDO heat set tool. Yeah, that's just insta. Try to do this slow. Maybe I can heat it up. Heat it up, maybe remelt the plastic around it, give it enough grip. CA and pray. There's a screw in it right now, and I got to get that screw out. Got to get that screw out. So what am I going to do that? Let's turn our iron up a bit and see if I can get enough heat in here, maybe to, I mean, worst case, I can just pull it apart. I'm not going to reuse these pieces. Hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome. There's not enough threads in here to get any other screw in. I'm just gonna see if I can get enough heat into it. There's a screw there's another screw there that's soaking up heat, so. Now that, I don't probably want to do this before it's, yeah. Leo the Human, I'm probably near that point where I'll just pull it apart. It's not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna reuse these. Yeah. There we go. Carnage. Pulled that right through. That's the guy that's holding, so now I can grab it with pliers and unscrew it. Oh boy. That was really tight on there. I don't know if it was the heat set, but that's going straight in the trash, as well as the screw. Not gonna reuse either. Okay, that is gone. I needed these pieces. I needed this stuff. Okay, that can go over there. And that can go over there. So these are previously used parts, so I'm gonna kind of do a little bit of cleaning on them and probably re-grease the bearing that's in the middle. Let's just lightly wipe them off. Hey, Ricky B. Hey, Hacks Potato. What do we got here? What'd Derek say? There's one. Okay, that one's cleaned off. Clean out the inside of this. Little bit of dirt and grime. Everything else looks okay. Did you print those parts with 0.2 millimeter layer height or less? 0.2. Do almost everything at 0.2. There's the occasional part that I feel might work better with 0.12 or something, but almost everything is 0.2. So I'm gonna kind of push this through there, and then just kind of rub that around, and then back in there. Is that KVP Graphite? It is. KVP Graphite and a company called Novamaker off of Amazon is the silver. So I had already put a heat set on this side. So these just go together. There we go. And then that is a 16, I think. Maybe a 20. Hey, Zarp. How's it going? My phone died midstream, so I had to catch up. It's going well. We're putting together Stealthburners now. I'll snap this guy into place. There we go. Charlie is being quite the... He wants something that he's not getting. He's wanting in and out. Okay, now we can start putting this back together. This guy goes over there. What is this from? Oh, I grabbed the other parts. What in the world? Oh, that's the old piece. I need that piece. Okay. Now I know where I'm at. This is that one. Okay. And this is that one. These are the gears we want for this one. I'm getting mixed up. Yeah, this is what we want for this one. So clean up another idler here. What's the difference between Stealthburner versus Afterburner? Stealthburner is the successor to Afterburner. It's a newer version. It has more like airflow analysis done on it, and it has LEDs, integrated NeoPixels. That's the biggest cool difference. Thinking of doing a Trident build using the EVA 2.4.2 mod from Mercury 1 project. One day I want to do a Mercury 1. As soon as I can fit it into the schedule. I actually do. I talked to Dutch dude a bit at Murph. He's a really nice guy. He brought black licorice, so I like him. Black licorice tends to be one of those polarizing candies, though. Who here likes black licorice? Is there anybody? Andres. We can be friends. What do we got here? We got a little extra grime in here. I'm seeing. No, it doesn't actually seem to be grime. This. There we go. Only if I'm desperate. Black licorice is good stuff. Ghost hates it with a passion. Sean, it's poison. Oh, I love black licorice. Okay. Grease these up. Wow. I'm gonna do that again because that pushed out a lot of grime. Has anyone tried the 100-pack of NeoPixel knockoffs from AliExpress? I have not, but I had a 100-pack of NeoPixel knockoffs from Amazon, which are probably about the same thing. And that's all I've been using, or at least mostly of what I've been using. There, that's a little better. What about salted black licorice? I like it too, to most of them anyway. I've liked most of the salted black I've tried. Okay. Oh. And of course, stroopwafels. You don't like any licorice. Is it the texture or the taste? Okay, let's put this one back, this one together. And what's that? Yeah, Dutch dude brought some salted stuff from the Netherlands to Murph. It was good. Okay. That one is done, and that's the one for this extruder. So we're going there, and now we can figure out this. Everything's good. So that goes there. We're gonna tighten this one. Chocolate covered caramel, of course. And then on the other side, we have one with a washer, an M3x8 with a washer. The taste, it tastes like chicken's most hated cough medicine. And I also think ouzo is cough medicine. John Schoen from Proper Printing was giving out stroopwafels at IRF. Yes, those were good. John is, I love John. He is, his stuff is so funny. His tug of war with the extruders was, he's doing a good job. And he's a super nice guy. I've talked to him a bit at IRF and Murph. Okay, so now I want to set the backlash on between the stepper motor and the Bondtech drive gear. So what I'm looking for is just a little bit of back and forth play here, like on, if you've ever done it on an RC car. So I don't know if you can see. Let's see if we can get that to focus enough. You see how much that is? See how much that is moving? There we go. That's too much. So we're gonna tighten that up just a little bit. That's still too much. A little bit, and I'm gonna start tightening this. That is probably about what I'm looking for. Just that tiniest little bit, maybe even just a little bit less than that. There we go. So you can just barely rock it. Then we can tighten those down. But you can, I don't know if you can see, but just a little bit of play. And then this should move smoothly, and you should have about that all the way around. Did you see Mirage C's video about extruders? Using one side with bearings makes a lot of improvement, is amazing. Yeah, I did see that. It is cool, for sure. Before I forget, I need to put the little flathead down in there. So that goes there, and then I just, not tight, but just fully thread it in, and then we'll adjust it from there. This is good. Now we can put our guidler assembly together. There we are. Just like that. I have a Revo for my 2.4 and my V0 came with a Phaetus Dragonfly kit and a Revo for my V0 came with a Revo for my El Duo 2.4 kit. Cool. Hey Cheetah Kid. Okay, so now this guy goes in here. And then a, what is this? That's that screw I threw away. This, nope, it's 25. Let me grab a 25. Probably need a couple or few of them at some point. I think I have to readjust the tension of the gear on my Trident. Hear some clicking when it's retracting. Is it skipping steps clicking or what? There we go. That should still move freely. Tighten that down until it's, yep, that's good. And then where did this guy go? Oh, there it is. And another 3x25, right? Should look at it again. I played with working. This might be a 20. I might be too long on this one. Or maybe not. There we go. Yep. Okay, so that still moves. And then this guy threads in here. And then snaps into place. Now, we're looking for this to be able to still, and you can get to this screw, and to unscrew it, we'll shift. I'm gonna unscrew that until it just touches. And this still moves. This seems to be moving freely, so I think we're good. Okay. That is most of it. I'm gonna have this wire wrap around here and plug into the tool head board right here, just so I have more stepper wire and I don't have to find a spot for it in here. Oh, my back. I'm gonna actually sit. Ugh. Okay, tool head board. This guy will go in here. Ooh, well that's not good. What is this HVN? Hopefully we don't need that, because when this goes there, that plug is right there. It won't plug in. The rest of these are reasonable. Let's look up the documentation on this. Do we have documentation? Loosen it until it's just short of the hob gears grinding. Yep. Right now it's feeling smooth. So they're not grinding. So I just loosened it to touching. And I think we're okay. Okay. We want to find Mello's documentation on this thing, I think. And I know they don't put all their stuff on GitHub. So let me see. Give me just a minute. Okay. No. I need copy link. So we're gonna go over here, and they have, and I have not spent a ton of time on this documentation. But mello.clipper.cn. HBN is an inductive probe. Yeah, but this says HVN. So this is the page we're going to. Some more drink. And let's close this, and we want to, up here in the corner is the select language English. And we're gonna go product documentation. So start. Their GitHub does not seem to be, here, let's go to their GitHub. If we open this in a new tab, their GitHub for things doesn't seem to have much. Whoa, what is this? Forked from? Well, that's interesting. Let's go to the Mello 3D docs. Yeah, this isn't what we want. Let's go to Mello 3D. And if we're looking for the CAN tool head boards, and the Fly 2040 isn't there, so let's see if it's somewhere else. Let's go to their repositories. Fly SB 2040. And if we go here, more information can be found here. So this is that other page we're at. So the board was inspired by Hart K 1213's design. That's good. Oh, HV, that is the inductive probe? That's interesting. But if you go on their GitHub, they have step files, and that's about it. So we need to go to their this information, which is this page over here. So if we click start, and then the SB 2040 is over here. Hey Steve, I'm new to your channel, but I've used the SB 2040 and I'll need to flash CAN boot from SH23's Clipper fork for now to get full functionality. Yeah, I'm going to educate myself on that in between streams before we get to that point. Right now we're just assembly and wiring and stuff. But I need to know what each port on this tool head board is, so that's why we're going to the documentation here. See you, Andrew. Brainy Throbby. I had that the other day. So we have information about it. The CAN interface connector supports 15 amps current. Onboard this and that. 2209, onboard ADXL 345 accelerometer. And this is the boards. Okay, so pin out. So high volt end stop. Okay, so what you were saying, this is the high volt for an inductive probe. Let's zoom in on this. Let's see if we can, oh, yeah, there we go. We have another end stop here. What is this guy? Oh, this is an end stop. We have two end stops. We have one that's an option for power. We have a fan. What is that? Just solder on fan? That's weird. Oh, is that for if you want to put a fan for this thing? The furthest port is quite stuck. I don't think we're going to need to use it. We got our CAN bus, we have voltage, we have a boot button. This is the heater and the temperature sensor here. Okay, so we'll need an end stop. We'll just use this blue 2-pin end stop for the X end stop. Where is Charlie? Is he under there? I don't think he's under. I can't see from here. Nope, he's not there. He must be still on the other side. And then the E motor. Stepper driver. Limit switches. Okay. I think we're okay. We are going to use, we're not going to use this plug here. So I'm just going to pull the, this comes with all the blank connectors populated. It's not a bad way to keep things together, but we've got all this stuff. Is this a genuine Molex? It is not a genuine Molex connector for the Microfit 3. Or at least it's not labeled as... Whoa, that went flying. So we're not going to use that one. We are going to use this for the temperature sensor. And we're probably not going to need this powered end stop. Jeez. Now let's use this one. And we'll use the 2-pin for the X end stop. Fan is probably necessary. There is a fan solder header on the top here. I'm not sure that's wonderful, but whatever. And then the stepper right here. There we go. Okay. There is a little printed spacer here for the tool head board. And I think a couple of in 3x8s. There we go. And one more. You're gonna run Clicky or BL Touch. If I can get away with it, I think I'm gonna take an opportunity to run a Euclid, but I'm not, I haven't actually, to be honest, I haven't looked at the probe requirements on this that closely yet. Okay, so this goes in here. Now I can put that there and that right there. There we go. Now the tool head board's in place. And then we can check to see how well this cover works. I'm planning a Tridex build for myself based off the SB2040. How fast do you print on your Vorons? Well, most of them I haven't really turned the speed up a lot on, but my V0.2 I've been playing around with faster print speeds with some pretty good success, I think. Is this correct? Yeah. This looks like it fits pretty well. Um, 12,000 excels is what I have it set to. Now the input shaper tuning said I can run up to 16 or 15 or 16,000. And then I'm running somewhere north of 200 millimeters per second on infills and stuff. So that fits pretty good. Don't have any complaints there. And then I'm going to run this, like I said, I'm gonna run this around here. Just kind of hug the board to plug into the stepper driver right there. That's the plan anyway. It will get so hot by using 5 volt either RGB or 5 volt fan. To cool it down, you may need to turn off RGB during printing. Oh, interesting. Okay. Can you give any info on the V0.2 update? It's being worked on. There's no real update. My printer was at ERF, and it was close to final 0.2 specs. There's some updated parts since I've printed, but it's really close. Okay, so I'm gonna cut that right there. And that goes in the PTFE extra wires bin. Okay. Hey Kyle, are you still here? Heart K, are you still here? Can you give me any info on the Z0? Okay, looks as if the pinout for the extruder motor on the SB40 is different than on the Heart K board. That's what I was just gonna ask, Alex. Because on the Heart K board, it's actually different from what I usually do for my tool head boards. So I'm gonna follow what I usually do, which I think here, let's see here. Let me make a little jumper. Where did my wire strippers go? They're there. Looks as if the pinout of the extruder motor on it's different. Yeah. What nozzle, hot end nozzle and extruder do you run on the V0.2? A Revo Voron. A Revo Voron with the mini Stealthburner is what's on my V0.2. I have an extra, the stepper that I pulled out of the other extruder. I'm just gonna use this as a confirm. I'm gonna short out 2 pins here and confirm that, yeah, those are a pair. So the 2 pins are a pair, and so you can do that by shorting out pins and then turn the stepper. You'll be able to tell a difference. It'll get harder to turn. If you do this, so now this is harder to turn and I've shorted out these 2. So, and looking at the back, at the board here, we have B2, B1, A1, A2. So the pairs are matched up to how I have this stepper wired. So I'm just gonna copy this. Did all that make sense? What is this 0.2? 0.2 is the next release for Voron Zero. Hi, Annex. Thanks for that PTT extra wires bin tip. I've dug into those spares several times now. Oh yeah, I've got quite a bin of extra wires. Okay, so what I just did is just confirm which color wires are the pairs by looking at a stepper I already have out, shorting out 2 of the wires and turning the stepper. It gets harder when you have the pairs shorted out. It gets harder to turn. The order of this on this is basically A1, A2, B1, B2, whatever in order. So I'm going to just copy that for this. So the toolhead board came with pins. So we're gonna grab a little pins bag and start crimping those. Hey, Chris Baker. You can use the colors of the discarded plug too. Yep. But I wanted to confirm those were the pin, that was the correct output. So if we look at this guy, it should be the same. So if I look at this, blue, yellow, green, red is the order, is the same order. And then I may put, let me see if I can find enough heat shrink to put around this. Okay. I usually don't have a problem with standing here for 5, 6 hours. But coming back from SEMA, all that standing and walking, I think has got my back. It's saying, I'm done. Okay, here's some heat shrink. And hey, Johnny Boy Tech. Aside from a little lower back soreness, I'm doing well. Who else has our Crimpin' Ain't Easy shirt on today? I would have wore that if it wasn't for the SEMA shirt. I had to wear my SEMA shirt. Okay. We are just going to, we're not going to fully cover this, just a little bit of wire control and protection here. Go. And I'm not going to shrink that until I get this all crimped up and done. And that is going to be, which way do I want this to go? Blue, yellow, green, red. Blue, yellow, green, red. Then I'm just going to do one more trim. Make sure all these are the same length over here. There we go. And I think Charlie is pushing at the door, so I'll go get him as soon as I strip these wires. Not a lot needs to be, you don't need to expose a lot of wire for these JST PH connectors. What else is it? I need one. What was that whole tub heat shrink? It was wire, like heat shrink and sleeving and wire management stuff in that tub. Oh, I thought I heard him. Charlie decided to fall asleep in the living room, apparently. So, if you don't shrink it, it should stay a little more flexible. You're right, but it'll form to that spot as well, which will be fine. Okay, crimpers. Crimpers and terminals. Seen anything new and exciting at SEMA? There were probably the highlight as far as builds go were the Ring Brothers builds. If you look that up, Ring Brothers, I think that's what it is. They had some amazing cars there. There were a couple other cars that were there close to on par, but they had 4 or 5 cars there that were just all super well done. Okay, where did that go? This goes here. So blue, red, what is that? Blue, yellow, green, red. Blue, yellow, green, red. So blue. It's just the tiny spot on the crimper. Blue, yellow. Green, red. Those 2mm space connectors. These are JSTPH. Yeah, so I believe you're right. I think they are a 2mm spacing on them. And blue, yellow, green, red, right? Blue, yellow, green, red. There we go. That is that. And this can come in here. I'll plug in right like that. And that has a nice little, yeah, that works. So yeah, they have some incredible builds. Look at what Singer has done with the Porsche. Will the V0.2 have options for a bigger bed? Like, no, it's all the same frame. I thought the stepper was a JST XH. Nope, it's PH. It's the same 2mm connector here. It's a different housing, board housing here, but it's the same as these. Crimping them when your eye's starting to go. Well, that's why I have the 5.0 magnifiers. That makes it a lot easier. Okay. So the nice thing about these boards, these Heart K boards with this is so much less crimping. It basically, since I'm gonna do X end stops probably in the next part, I think I just need to get the toolhead stuff going now. Toolhead. How is this camera angle? Is this working for you? Are you okay with this camera angle, or would you rather the overhead? Oh. It's definitely different than on, yes. I honestly, I was a little annoyed that it's different on the hard K board, but it is what it is. It's not too big of a deal. I have Revovorons, brand new in package. Blue thermistor wires even. They've got, oh, I've got some PTFE I can use. An extra wire I'm not gonna use. Okay, so we are going to get these set up. Did your back just crack, Steve? I'm feeling that today after a week of rebuilding my office room. It didn't crack, but it felt good to stretch. Okay, I do, for better or worse, I usually do the mounting a Revovoron in here different than most people. This goes in here, and a lot of people will bend the strain relief to better capture this, get into the wire path here. I typically install these to where the wires go straight forward. And I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, and then I bend it back. So I do like this. And then this can come up into here. So I bend this back like this. Now this means the disadvantage here is that I need to extend these wires. And I'm okay with that just because I don't like the harsh angle coming into the wire path here. So we're going to put mount this in here temporarily and get all that going. Bring up your shop chair and sit down. We can still see what you're doing. Oh yeah, I do have a shop chair here. See, it's kind of nice. I got it in a business going out of a place going out of business sale, and it's full, and it's cushioned and nope, I want this one. Is this a new extruder PCB board design? Well, the layout is Hart K's design, but the board is from Mello, and it's their Raspberry Pico 2040 based can tool head board. These are the Revos with the new thermistors. Yes. So I just ordered these off KB3D. They had them in stock. So apparently, yes, they have the new version in stock. Now, if I was okay with just making that bend, which the bend is not bad, I just prefer to do it this way. Then you probably wouldn't have to extend these wires at all, but I am going to. And I don't know if I'll get away with not extending the heater wire, but that thermistor wire is going to need to be extended. I do not. Oh, I do have my phone in my pocket. Am I promoting anybody? Do we have new moderators? I'll put my phone away. Okay, let's get this going. So, oops, let's go here. This is heat shrink. The Revo label is heat shrink. So I'm gonna shrink that onto the wires right in the middle of this wire path to start. Let's see if we can. There. Can still read it, still get all the information you need off of it, but it doesn't take nearly as much space. Oh. Okay. And I need to figure out how long I'm gonna need, so I'm gonna kind of temporarily assemble all this. Hey, Phil. I spotted that white. Oh, yeah. Oh, get some. Kind of mocking this up for screw or for wire length. See how much longer I'm going to need. What are the chances of a post-build discussion with Eddie? Well, if all goes well, we may get some Eddie, some time with Eddie on here. I'm hoping to. Hard to complain about though. Embrace that sleep. Yeah. Posted any interviews, collabs yet? I had Max RCF on when I was doing the Voron kit. Did you put heat shrink around the stepper wires? I did. See, right there. Okay, so we are going to mock this up as far as that's going to go right about there. And I'm gonna have to extend both. I don't have enough wire length for either. Make an extension cord rather than soldering wires. No, I don't want the extra connectors. I'm going to solder on extensions. How much in the X do you lose in the IDEX? Well, with the extended width frame on a 350 wide frame and a 250 bed, you get about 210 to 220 from what I was hearing. That stream with Max is, yes, that's where this came from. That's where that came from. What's the heat shrink for? Just to control those wires, just to clean it up. Serial number is on here, yeah. Okay. I want to do that, but I'm wondering. Yeah, I think I'm gonna still do that. Okay, so we are going to cut these, and I'm actually going to minimize. Anyway, I'm going to depin. I'm going to depin this, which is an actual Molex connector. So E3D uses the real stuff. Mello has a clone. This is the official Molex tool, and that's all it takes. We will do both of these. Just kind of get it into the side of the pin, and then I just twist it back and forth. Not this angle, because that I think will break the tool. You just get it in there and just twist it. And if it doesn't work the first time, you just go in there and do it again. All it's doing is moving those little tangs out of the way, compressing them back into the pin. That's it. I'm in the opposite time zone to Nero, so he and Steve start at 2 a.m. my time. Wow. Has anyone considered a consolidated IDEX head? Wow, that consolidated IDEX head would just be a single, that would be like a chimera, right? Okay. So we only needed a little bit of length here. I'm going to kind of hold this up in the general area. I'm going to cut this back a little bit. So I'm going to cut this back so my solder joint isn't right up against the connector. So I'm going to go back here, and then I'm going to stagger these just so it doesn't create as much bulk. And I'm going to do the same here. So now I've got all these that I need to strip. How's the VK doing? I haven't touched it. Are the pins reusable or are they not good after? If you can bend, so these, little pins here, I don't know if you'll be able to see, but if you can get in here and bend it back, and usually the edge of a razor blade or X-Acto knife or something works well, and you're very careful bending them back, you can reuse these about once, if you're lucky twice, but that would go back in. You can reuse them once, and if you're really lucky twice, but I would only try to reuse them once. I'm comfortable with reusing them once, but I wouldn't go more than that. Okay. I hate this fiberglass wiring. Just clean up the stuff around it. Even my engineer PA07s aren't sharp enough to get it all. Just very carefully cutting it away. Okay. That's the two longer tabs on the side. Yes. If you look at it, it's really hard to capture on camera. But if you look, you see the two tabs. They're to the sides, not up and down. They're to the sides of the pin. I'm just going into microfits and I'm really enjoying so far. I wasn't sure if the tool is worth it or not. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, I think this tool is worth it. I've used this quite a bit. It hasn't broken yet, but I haven't. If you have it in here and you try to bend it this way, I think you're going to end up breaking it. Instead, I twist it. Okay, heat shrink tube or box again. Heat shrink box. And some, let's get some thin blue heat shrink. And let's just go yellow for the heater, I guess. Then BTFE wire. I have for get some, it'll end up being black because I want 20 gauge for the heater. Okay. And we have some blue for the thermistor from the stepper wire that we just pulled out, so. Instead of cutting the connector, insert the extension wire in it and solder it. No. No, no, no. 2 of those. And 2 of those. That's what we need. And then we're gonna need soldering iron. Turn up the temperature. What do we got? Is John out of here? Have fun on your hike, John. I'm not bothering to measure these yet. We'll cut them to the same length here in a bit. It has been 3 hours already. Nice. We probably got at least another hour. We'll see how long my back lets me go. Extra container comes in handy when you need small pieces of wires. Oh yeah. It accumulates quickly though. I've got probably more extra wire than I will ever use. And these wires are never going to have any real strain on them. I don't have enough wire here. We're never going to have any real strain on them. They're not going to move. So I'm just plain soldering them just like this without any real twist or anything. There we go. I needed a little more meat there. See ya, Alex. A standing desk. Well, my bench here is tall enough for me to, I usually stand at it. But yeah. There. How do you keep your screws organized? I use the Acro Mills. There we go. I use the Acro Mills little parts bins. They're these things. This just has heat sets. You can add 30 to the X-frame to compensate. The whole reason my build is the way it is because it's an existing, it's an existing LDO frames. There we go. You would lose a little less as a side bulk of the air ducts. Cost costs you. It would also mean potentially better cooling. One of my students had to go at it in Fusion 360. It'd be an interesting design project. Okay, now before I forget, I'm gonna put the heat shrink tube on the end here. And we'll shrink those along with the heater wires here in a minute. Okay. Don't need a lot of wire there. So I think the goal today will be to get this tool head pretty much set up. And I'll probably do the other one off camera because I think we only need to do one of these on camera. There's one. He's ADHD when he has something he concentrates on, I let him run with it. Yes, that's a good idea. Okay. So everything is there. Everything looks good. My other, there's the heat shrink. Now let me shrink these. Okay, now everything is plenty long enough. Let's get the... let's go here. Here's my same little... All this is a little printed piece that I made that helps me to cut the ends of the PTFE flat. I probably need to print a new one. This one's getting a little worn, but just like that. And then how long does the PTFE need to be for a Revo Voron? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Zombie, been lurking. How close am I to completion? Probably a few more streams. A few more weekends. Okay, so this needs to go there, and then 11 millimeters, I think it is, outside. So if we just do this, let's see how close we are to whatever, if somebody, right to there. Oops. So 11 millimeters out, stick out. So that is a total of, does 31 millimeters sound right? Right there, 31 millimeters. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's what it measures out to. So I cut that flush, and then before I pull this one out, I also have a 60-degree countersink bit that I use, that I put a chamfer on the tool head side, on the Clockwork 2 side, and I leave this side just flat. now, so that's all clear, and that goes right there. Sounds about right? Good. Then this goes on right like that. I got the same recently, had to look around for my sticky note I made. I could look in the CAD, but it's easier to just measure it. Okay. Now, you can hold this up there. Oh, that's something I didn't do. I want to make sure my filament path is clear. Let's get some filament. Just make sure it pushes through. Either way, doesn't matter. It does. Oops. Just making sure the filament goes through just fine. Always good to check. Always good to check. Where are we at? How are we doing? Okay, so that goes there. That means that these wires, the thermistor wires, only need to be barely longer than they were. Let's go right there. Let's go there for those. And then I want this to bend around. So we're going to go right there for those. Anyone needs to do a holiday stream building all 4 Voron models endurance style. That would take a while. On my search for a green Voron, I found your videos. Is that the only green rails out there? I'm wondering if I do green rails and green parts, if it'll be too muddled. I don't know that, does LDO still make a green frame? Mine's an LDO frame. I also have a green V0 frame that I don't know what I'm gonna do with. But I really like the green. It's one of my, I mean, all of them are really nice, but I think green and orange are my favorite, with space gray right there. Need something to watch during Christmas shutdown. Okay, so last 2, so let's get connectors on these. Yeah, I'm gonna go out here. This is slightly better on my back to just be standing up instead of trying to crouch down for this other camera. Okay, 2 more pH. Fabrico has green rails for 350, but not in stock yet, they said. Are they still producing them, is my question. Is LDO still producing? And I honestly have no idea what other places are making anodized frames. Okay, that's those 2. And I need to dig into my microfit stash for the hot end. Not anymore? Yeah. Magic Phoenix has a few color choices. Magic Phoenix has been around for a long time. I don't know that I've ever heard anything negative about them either. I've not personally dealt with them, but used to be called something else, right? Not Magic Phoenix, it was Magic something. Okay, this is the Molex from the genuine Molex. That is the correct connector for this, yep. So that one is on. That's just gonna come up and, yeah, you got plenty of room there. And then one of the 2-pin PHs. Two-pin PHs, and those should be good to go. Okay, are we ready to put this on the printer? Yeah, let's put it on the printer. Magic Studios, that's right, thank you. Recently bought a 250 V2 green frame unused from someone from eBay. Nice. I want the orange LDO frame, don't think, yeah, they don't. Okay. I think, if I remember right, the orange was my specific request on the, for Trident. I think they had it on the V0, and I said, okay, I want orange if you can make it for that first batch of Trident frames. Okay. If I do another Voron, I'm thinking black frame. The nice thing about a black frame is it's pretty much universal in your print part colors. I'm cleaning up a little bit here. Like I said, I'm going to build the second tool head off camera. We're gonna move on to putting this on the assembly and getting a little more, getting a little better look at how things go together. Make some room here on my workbench. These can go over here. Does LDO still make the multicolor V0 frames like gold, purple, etc.? There's a lot of gold frames out there because they seem to be everywhere. But I don't know if they still produce them or not. Just clean up a little bit. Time for a snack? No, I'm doing okay. I ate right before stream. My Vegas trip has totally screwed up my sleep schedule, so I was up for the time change this morning. I was up for the time change. So I got up a little later than usual. They still make the green frame? Nice. All of this crap off of here. Okay, let's bring it back over here. Now, Eddie said that he made a couple of updates on the documentation, so let's check that out. No orange, but they still make green. Oh, okay. 3. Documentation. So we are there. Let's go to the Frankenvoron and let's reload this page. And there was updates to documentation 2 hours ago. So let's check that out. And which one? The assembly instructions 2 hours ago. That is gone. So let me switch over to my water. See you, Michael. Going to bed. Thanks for the great stream. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. This is a fun build. This is one of those builds that I'm almost as excited to use it as I am building it. A lot of times it's just, let's get the build. Let's do the build. Using it as secondary. But this one I'm definitely looking as much looking forward to actually using it. Okay, assembly guide for Tridex gantry. So we've gone through most of this, but he said that he added some stuff in the toolhead area. So we did all this. We got that. Take that. We got all the belting done. And all the XY joints and X-axis is all done. Everything moves nice and smooth. I'm happy with that. X-belts. I'm looking forward to building IDEX at some point. I'd prefer a 1515 version though, like the dueling dragons or double dragon, or there's another one too, right? And we did that. Tensioning and alignment. Nozzle wiper toolhead assembly. Assemble the 2 CW modules per the standard CW2 instructions. Mount your choice of can control board to the back sides based on the model. NEMA 14 size can boards can be mounted with the M3 brass standoffs off the NEMA 14 motor. NEMA 17 can be mounted with the arm that replaces the cable chain mount. Stealthburner style can boards can be installed integrated into the body of the Stealthburner. For the T0 toolhead left, print the specific toolhead rear component in the Tridex repo along with the standard toolhead front from the Stealthburner repo. This modified toolhead rear has a bumper extension that will allow toolhead 1 to home off of it. Note this toolhead rear part requires supports at this time. Mine doesn't require supports. So I'm sure as long as it works, it hasn't been tested. I hope it works, but I think it'll be fine. I just added extra plastic. For the T1 toolhead right, print the standard toolhead front and the toolhead rear, along with the custom X end stop mount, which I did that. Mount a micro switch with lever into the X end stop mount with the wire leads extending through the toolhead rear mount behind the hot end heat sink, where the wires will join the rest of the hot end thermistor wires traveling up to CW2. Okay, cool. Let's convert this to the left toolhead mount, I think. Yeah. Let's do the left one first. Mount the X end stop to the toolhead body within 3 screws. Okay, so that's that little extra printed part that I showed earlier. It mounts to where the 80XL would have gone. Edge of 3DS Double Dragon from Printers France. Printers France has a cool new logo now, it looks like. I think. And that just sits in there behind that and bumps against that bumper. You see that, how that right tool head bumps against the left tool head. Leo the Humans, I don't really like my V0 anyway. Cantilever beds are evil. There's a different level of finicky when installing the Kirigami bed but I really like the Kirigami bed on the V0. It makes it so much more stable. I've been printing like crazy with my V0.2, and it has a Kirigami bed on it, and I haven't had to touch the Z-tilt, the bed level adjust. It makes a big difference, I think. All of my V0s are going to get Kirigami beds. Assemble the Stealthburner fan assembly per the standard instructions. Double check the X carriage is sitting flush properly with the MGN12H rail and all screws are tight. If not, it will create. If it is not, it will create large offsets between the tool heads. Mount the CW2 tool head and Stealthburner onto the X carriage and tighten securely. Make sure any 2 GT belt does not get pinched. Okay, this is good. So we are going to convert this to the left tool head by mounting. That is that extra bumper, and you see how I just added some plastic here to make it so it didn't need supports versus the other one. So let's switch this stuff over, and that should be easy. Steve Bills was curious about that. It's safe to order a current Kirigami and still be feature-proof with 0.2 by the sounds of it. Yes. I will tentatively say yes. It is, I am using a current Kirigami bed with the 0.2 updates. I built my V0.1 with Polymaker PC Max. I haven't seen a Kirigami bed, but it would be surprised if it was as rigid as my printed bed. It's hard to, I would imagine it's at least as rigid. I don't know how well you've assembled it and everything. Apparently you've done a very thorough job of making sure it's nice and tight and works well. But the Kirigami bed is, like I said, it has its own set of little getting it lined up and things like that, just like their other setup. But once it's done, I think it's a little better. Okay, so I just swapped the rear on here so that this is now the left tool head. My V0 lives in my van and it takes a beating. Do you get able to print while you go along? Yeah, Dustin's right. Almost like in the same degree of almost positive. It's just printed part changes. Few fasteners is probably there's probably a change in a few fasteners, but it's almost exclusively printed part changes. 11 LDO V0.2 top hat upgrade kit. Oh, Dustin posted a link to the Printer for Ants logo. I kind of said that, and then I wasn't positive that it was public or not. I didn't know if you guys had the results of that public. Okay, let's see if we can do this. We're going to be working on this tool head. I'm going to take these belts and try to flip them around and just tuck it back here. Just to get them out of the way, just like that. It worked out pretty well. And the tool head's going to go up on here, like that. With it is really awesome. So who designed that, Dustin? The winning logo. I think it's really cool. We may have to do some engraving with the laser of it. Okay, so that is on there. And then cover can go up, and this can go in here, lock into place. What is going to be the better angle here? Is this any better? I don't know. There we go. That is the thermistor wire. I don't know what's better. Hot end heater wire. That is so clean. That is so clean. Then that goes there, and then we can take the, let's go right here. I have this guy. And then just making sure that we plug in. There we go. We have a couple of 3x50s going through the front. There. What do we got? Eclipse, thanks for gifting memberships. I gotta figure out when this month's member stream is gonna be. I gotta work around Thanksgiving. Okay, then a couple of 3x16s. Right now they're the official logos on an unofficial GitHub. Oops, I got the wrong length. 20s. There we go. Cool. One tool head done. See you, Andres. Dead tired after the trip. We'll chat with you later. Trident build to last. It's already modded from the start, and I got everything ready to repair if it craps out. The VGO just needed a tune. Where is Charlie? Charlie decided to fall asleep in the other room. So I don't know what he needed today. He probably needed attention more than I can give him. So he was coming in and out way more than usual today and not settling down. So it sounds like he's finally decided to settle down on the couch. So fix the Trident. Oh, on the, we could probably maybe play around with some of that. Let me see if I'm at any point where we can do stuff with that. Yeah, but there's one tool head on there. It has the bumper here that the other one will home against. Yeah. Is it more better to have the right tool head printer in mirror? I don't know what you mean. Now to do all that one more time. Yeah, so the other tool head, like I said, I'll assemble the whole thing off camera. Next stream we'll actually put it on because there is testing to make sure it hits the end stop correctly. We're not done here today, just so you know. We're probably gonna work on some Z stuff now. but I'm tired of the leaning over detail work of assembling a tool head. So we can shift gears to some Z assembly here. I have panels, so we can put the bottom panel on. We can make some more progress today, which we're going to. I'm just done doing Stealthburner assembly. Vince Wall, congrats on Trident Serial 796. Charlie will get all my love when I'm off camera. When we're done, he'll probably curl up on my shoulder again. What is your opinion on kinematic beds on Trident like Wappings? And is it worth it on the smaller 250 beds? I can't tell whether it's worth it or not. I'm running both the Mandela Roseworks and the Wapping one. I had the Mandela one on here. I'll probably continue to have it on here past this build. I have the Wapping one on my 300 Trident. I couldn't really say whether there's a real benefit to it, but I have them. Cam is working, extruder is heating, fans are fanning, Ender 5 to Trident working. Awesome. Okay, let's move on. We have let's put the Z steppers in place, and then we can put the bottom panel in. Actually, we can put the bottom panel in now. So let's do that. See you, Zerp. Waiting on some 3mm foam tape will arrive on Tuesday so I can mount the panels. Good. I wonder how the X cable chains run. We're doing umbilicals on this, PJ. We won't be running cable chains on this, at least not for now. Okay. I had Printed Solid do some custom width panels. So let's get that done. Maybe I can set this down while we do a peel. There we go. For bed assembly, which is better, thermal fuse at back edge or attached near the bed with silicone? There are pluses and minuses to both. I think if you do a good job of installing with the RTV, it's probably a better idea, because if for some reason the adhesive on the heater fails, then you still have some protection. But you have to do a good job with that RTV application and make sure it's the proper stuff. So let's see what happens if we try to do this fast. Ooh. Very cool. Printed Solid will do custom panels. You just have to email them and they'll need DXFs and measurements. So let's try a little slower this time. Custom panels for the top and bottom, I guess. Other sides would be standard 350 or 250. So the rear panel is standard 350. The sides, yes, you're correct. The top or the deck and the bottom panel and the top panel are the custom ones. There we go. Nice kind of satin, sort of, on the edge of satin panel. What did the custom panels cost me? I don't know. Dave sent these to me. I don't know what they normally charge. So these were sent to me by Dave. I asked him how much they would cost and he sent me an invoice for 0. So, okay, so this is gonna go in here like this, but we need to put the Z mount on first. So, motor mounts. I'm reusing the old parts that were on here before. Oh, there it is. I usually screw my thermal fuses into the bed itself and also pinch the heater between the fuse and the bed. Pinch the heater between the fuse and the bed. Okay. Just building stars for the next project after the VZ bot, right? ACM, yeah. I meant the right tool parts printed and mirror the latch openings on the right side. I don't know that that makes too much of a difference. There's no clearance issues. And for me, I think I'd rather have them the same. Talking about mirroring the tool head so it puts the latches on opposite sides. Okay, we are going to mount these guys. Need some T-nuts. That way. Okay. Well, that's good. Debating on building a smaller printer instead of the 250 grain V2, but already had a bed, the rails, and more, so made it easier. Yeah. I like small printers. I like to have a good size printer for the rare case that I need it, but as much as I can manage, I like building the small printers. Mirrored tool heads means custom mirrored tool head board, and oh yeah, good call. Good call, Phil. It is not an option to mirror these. The 250 V2 only cost me like 450 euros extra to the parts I already had. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, and 2 more here. These can go. Perfect. How much spare parts can I? Yes. It does not take very many spare parts to justify a new printer. It's a surprisingly low number. I would probably stop at spare screws, but you got a spare hot end or a spare stepper. It's game on. The right number of printers is N+1, right? Okay. Now I am going to put on, where did those go? I'll put these guys on next. That one's still got a nut in it, that's good. These are all recycled parts. You want to see my spare stepper drawer? Let's see if I can get a view of it without too much trouble. This isn't all of them, but it is spare steppers. Yeah, just a few. There are enough steppers to supply another machine. Yeah. Middle of a full replacement Stealthburner because my Revo Obsidian will be shipped in 2 weeks. Vita 7.1 is a popular stand-in for spindles, yeah. I have 2 spare spherical bearings, so I can justify buying 1 more for another Trident. Yes. And then you get how it works. Spare steppers equals unbuilt printers. The more things I can get on here, the less things I have to keep track of in my garage here. Okay, 3x8. Woo. Oh, where are we at? Almost 4 hours. We're doing good. Oops. Does anyone else spend more time in the garage than their house? Yes. Especially the last couple of days. I've been kind of sticking away from everybody because SEMA was super crowded. So I'm feeling fine, fortunately. But I didn't know that when I came back. So I've been hanging out, using it as a good excuse to just stay out here. Okay, those are up. Now we need steppers. Do you have any methods of keeping track of parts you've printed, or you just do your best? So what I normally do is I got these at Target. So I turn these into project boxes, and everything I print for a certain project goes in the same box. So like, this is all parts for this project. I have this style, and I have a couple other styles that I use, and the bigger boxes are kind of nice. I have this with kind of a flip lid. This is a bigger box than that last one, volume-wise. And then these, I found these Plano flip lid boxes that work well as well. Just in boxes. And then they go on the shelf over here. And anything for a certain project goes in the same box. And that's what I do when I take apart a printer too. So that's why I use these, like these boxes over here have pieces from this printer I took apart. Almost bought a Cardin RC today. we couldn't come together on the price. Yeah, some of those RC cars can get expensive. Okay, so these are not the same steppers I took off. The ones I took off were not coated. These were on my purple Trident, which I needed to do a rebuild on. And I took the opportunity, it's gonna become a 300 cube Trident. So I had steppers for that. So these are going here. And then the steppers that came off of here are going to someone. So these are what I used on my other purple Trident, and they're just gonna get reused here. And they're black, so they're cool. Then all the wires are, I don't know where they ultimately need to go depending on how I lay my electronics out, because they're not all the same length, so I may switch them around later. But for now, they are gonna go in here in a minute. Panel first. Panel first, then these. So let's set this on its back, and now we can put the panel in. Boxes are a good idea. I'm currently using a bucket that I had laying around. Filament boxes work really well too. You know what? Filament boxes, some of them are nicer than others, but the 3D Print Life that's selling a bunch of stuff, they have really nice square, good size boxes that I have. See, this is smaller projects go into these. Those are solid fork panel parts. Filament boxes work well. Those 3D Print Life ones are extra nice. Okay. Now that can go in there. And I think I have some of these clips to go in. That's enough for now. Okay, so we'll just put these in these spots. I might move them around later. But just enough to keep that in place. Now, I think I can do something like this and put these in. Yeah. Well, on my last build, I was able to get this in this way. Oh, maybe this needs to come off. Hey, Rod. Ah, there we go. There. Okay, let's go there like that, and then I need a bunch of M3x12s. I'm excited this is coming along so nicely. My eternal question of a Tridex or a Trident. Oh, are you gonna build like a Trident Legacy, or is that what you're thinking? You're trying to decide what your next build is? Well, you've got a couple of different factors here. So Tridex is, well, Tridex would be a mod, right? I don't know to what level, I have no idea what mod you're thinking of and if I'm even on the right track, but most mods aren't documented Most. There's a lot of really good documented mods. But how well is Tridex documented would be a question. I don't feel so bad about what I spent on my printed RC car projects now. Yeah. RC stuff gets really pricey. Wish I had a saw blade when I modified my part fan. I used side cutters and hurt my hand like a noob. Oops. Then used a bunch of sandpaper because I don't have a file either. Sandpaper works fine. But I think a saw blade works better for cutting them off. Hey, David from Australia. Good morning. Just a legacy top with a Trident bottom. That wouldn't be too bad then. Not a ton of documentation really needed for that. I'm just putting these, steppers in. When I lay out the electronics, I may rotate them, but I'm just getting them in there right now. I get into 3D printing, hoping to make 3D printed RC cars. I had a lot of fun building the 3D sets buggy. I will probably build, I don't know, at some point I'd like to build one of their crawlers. Especially now that they have the belted transmission available for all of them. Hey, I don't want to scratch my panel. Two. 2, 3, 4. But there are rods. Can't wait to see this push plastic. I can't either. I'm really looking forward to it. Not strong enough for the off-road stuff I like. Oh, yeah. Well. At least it's easy to replace parts, right? Even if it's not really strong enough. Oh, so Traxxas was at SEMA. They have been for many years. They've maintained a booth there for SEMA. That new, like the lower profile X-Max, whatever they're calling it, that looks pretty cool. How would one input shaper the X on this? You do, there's not current support for it. I think there's a PR or another branch that supports input shaping on it. But the toolhead boards I'm using have ADXLs built into them. We'll see how well that works. Okay. Oh. We have part of the Z. Government employees get election day off. Oh no. Oh no, I don't get election day off. Nope. The buggy turned out great. I had fun with the Open RC F1 and the Tamo 4. I want to do more. It is a rabbit hole. The XRT, yeah, that's the one. It's basically a Traxxas truggy. Not sure how it'll handle 40-foot BMX jumps. My friend bought the Arma version, the Cradden or whatever the bigger one is. I resisted going down that rabbit hole for now. I have too much else going on. Guy who had the Cradden had an X-Max for 600. Wish I had the money for it. Not with the new printer, I don't. Okay, this is here. Let's do the bed, at least the frame part. Get pieces in. Make this look more and more like a printer. Make bits and bits of progress. Government employees get an hour or two leave usually to go vote. I haven't paid attention to that for my mine because I'm a salary employee, so I don't have to pay too much attention. Okay, MRW mounts I need to take off. So let's figure out how these go together. I think you have to pull them apart to get them off. Nice thing with vote by mail, easy peasy. Yeah. Let's try to keep all the parts together. So let's put that back there, and then that leaves this. There we go. There's one part. Now will this one come apart? Yeah, that one stays together because it has a hole through the magnet. And then these. So we have to change out this front rail for the wider. That's how much wider it is for the 350 rail. I had an all carbon fiber HPI Savage I built 13 years ago, 40-foot jumps, no issues. Nice. Oh, you're not micromanaged? No, I'm a manager. I need to reprint these. I'm just realizing. So there was a revision, Trident R1, where these parts, this spot of it, got 3 millimeters thicker, and that gave us an extra 3 millimeters of Z travel. I'm just realizing that these are the old parts. So we'll go ahead and put this together with these, but I'm gonna reprint those before the next go. So let's go ahead and put these. Just transfer the T-nuts. I'm a clipper macro manager. I'm terrible at macro managing. Terrible. Terrible at macros. Okay, that should be the only, yep. Should probably put a notch in that too so I don't lose it. Okay. Oh, different screwdriver. Let's get this one. There we go. And that comes off. Let's see, how close can I get this? Let's try that, see where we're at. Is the Kirigami bed worth it for V0? I think so. I think so. The only thing Traxxas has done well in his marketing, new HRC from them and most of the industry. For most of the industry? What is it about it? Has it gotten cheaper? Has the quality of the parts degraded? Let's see, we are at, I am about 0.5 millimeter off, I think. Yep, less than 0.5 millimeter off. It's going to be right there. 230 or 225 millimeters to each side. Perfect. There we go. Innovation is dead in the products. Everything go to plastic. I don't know. I'm a big fan of plastic RC parts, especially when you compare it, at least when you compare it to, as opposed to upgrading everything to metal parts. I'm not a fan of aluminizing or whatever, all the things. I think there's a lot to be said for the parts having some compliance. Just looking at the my most recent experience in that is the Monster Jam, like the axial monster trucks, because I have some family members who were doing that, and all those trucks, many of them are just upgrading everything they can to metal, and it's like all you're doing is moving that breaking point down the line. A lot of stuff is better in plastic. Oh, these T-nuts get to go away. They don't need to be here because I need to use them. These use M4s. So let me take those out. There we go. There we go. And then this is going to go somewhere around there. Where they go, let's find out. So if I take the bed, let's just set this right here, and we are at about, so that's 240 millimeters on center. So I want that to be, so that's 120, so 110 millimeters to the center, to the edge of this extrusion. So let's just eyeball that to about there for now. I mean, that's better than an eyeball. That's right there. So, and then this just needs to go. This one's not as important, its position, because it's a slide position over here. This should work. I prefer carbon fiber chassis and aluminum bulkheads though. Okay. Vintage RC is very popular now. RC10, Schumacher cats, etc. I like vintage mainly because it's simple. So that should be really darn close to center. This guy, go on here. Go right there. Okay. I need to put a new magnet on here. I had taken the old one off because it didn't adhere on the edges for some reason. Or at least it might have dried out and completely just came off clean. The middle was okay, but I have a Graviflex magnet for it. So that'll go on there. But we're not putting the bed on yet, so I'm gonna save that for later. My back is feeling better now that I'm not doing this. Hey, David Lee. RPM, their stuff, I remember their stuff and dyeing it and boiling it to make it just a little more flexible. Oh, is Charlie coming back? Charlie's done with his nap. He's coming back. Okay, let's get this out of the way and I guess put this in the printer. This can get bolted in. What time are we at? 2:18. Okay, before we bolt that in, I need these to be attached. Most of the winning is the driver. Oh, absolutely. That's true in almost every racing venue. It's all the driver. Well, it's a very vast majority of it is the driver. I'm gonna go ahead and put these in with the understanding that if I need to swap those steppers around, it'll just mean extra steps. Can you still get gas engines and fuel? Yep. My neighbor, actually, I don't know if anybody noticed, but at the very end of last stream, someone commented about tuning one of those gas engines. And that was my neighbor, and he had and brought over a 5th scale monster truck that played around with a little bit last week. Hi, Charlie. You really want back out? That thing was cool. It was huge. It was 80 pounds. Excuse me. I think I'm gonna get this bed in and mounted and we'll call it. Because I think my throat would appreciate it. I think my throat would appreciate it. Charlie came in and then he stepped right back out. I mean, honestly, brushless, with brushless and LiPo batteries, you gotta want to do nitro. There's no other reason other than just the sound, that kind of thing is the only excuse to run nitro now, is if you want that experience. I'm moving this up. Need the black X rail now that you have black lead screws. Well, the rest of the rails are still silver, so. I do like that look though, the black rails. Okay, so tightening these. Right now we've got a ton of up and down play, right? Let's see, I think that's a good enough view. We want to tighten these just to the point of touching and then loosen and then typical, call it as soon as I rock up. Sorry. Okay, so no vertical play, but it can still wiggle this way. You see that? No vertical play, but can still wiggle this way. Now there is going to be some, the lead screw itself has some, the lead screw nut has some play on the lead screw, but you don't want an additional amount between the printed part and the lead screw nut. Hello, I'm so excited and ready to build a Voron. Would you suggest a 0 or 2 for the first build? First build, I would suggest a Trident. Honestly. Without bias involved, because I was in charge of it, but for first build, I would suggest a Trident. Beyond that, I would go 2.4 over a V0. To do refresh and it just repeated. I think are we back now? It's catching up. There. I think we're back. Fix, stream is back. It looks like there may be an extra delay right now. Okay. Did we get... My upload is terrible right now. I don't know why. I just did a speed test and my upload is terrible. Okay. Did you catch any of that stuff about the lead screw nuts? Are we good there? Are we back, Keith? Video audio synced? Okay. Let's go here. No? Kinda? Okay. Well, let's get this last one on and then probably call it. I think we're good. No vertical play, but allow some side to side. Okay, perfect. That's all you really need to know. No vertical play, but allow some side to side. Oh, I can't even. Oh, let's get the tool head out of the way. Will Tridex be a different serial? No. As far as borons are concerned, it'll get a Trident serial. Where is that? There we are. Hey, Berserker Dirk. Last thing I really heard was the next build of 2.4. It is not. If everything works out well, the thing I realized is that I have never built a V0 or done any real work on a V0 for that matter on a YouTube stream. So we shall see. We're good now. We are not great according to YouTube, but okay, that is too tight. There we go. There we go. Do you still lube those PTFE coated lead screws? No. No, because there's a PTFE or a Delrin or Palm. That needs a little bit more actually. There's a Palm lead screw nut and then the PTFE lead screw means that no lube is necessary. Ah, that is a fine line on this rear one. There we go. Okay. I got my G5C bearings the other day. Still haven't installed yet as the Thingiverse ones had printed or just working too. Printed ones are working nicely. That's good to know. Okay. So those are in there. Now, here, let's go right there. Take the bed. I don't know if this is a better view. There we go. Now one of these already had a nut in it. That one. Hey DeWitt, how you doing? What are you gonna be streaming? Are you streaming today? What are you gonna be doing? Okay, that is in. We are much closer. We've got a tool head. Doing great, starting the Voron Trident build. Awesome. Have fun with that. What color? What color frame? What color printed parts? Have you revealed it yet? Black powder test with an Ender 3. How you on? Okay. I think that's where we're gonna end it today. We're at 4.5 hours. That's a good stream. That's probably where I should stop with my back. It's just all the walking and SEMA. I mean, I don't usually have it. Like I said, I don't usually have a problem with a 4 to 6 hour stream, but today's just a little off. So we made some good progress though. We assembled a whole Stealthburner for the Tridex. The big difference is this rear toolhead piece has an extra piece of plastic here to act as a bumper for the X end stop from the other toolhead. We are using the Mellow SB. Let's get a good view of that while it's installed here. The Mellow SB, SB 2040 can board, and we'll see if we have any trouble with that. The door fits over it nicely. We have the heater and the thermistor wired so far, and then all the fan stuff is wired through this connector because it's the Heart K style board. The deck panels, the panels came in, so the deck's in, Z assembly is done, belts are tensioned, D-racked. We're in good shape. So here's Charlie. So let's see what Charlie thinks. I think the right way to make this, let's give Charlie some room. Give Charlie all the room he can get in here, because we need Charlie to christen it, right? Just with the fur. Oh, here you are. What do you think? Are you gonna go up in there? Of course he is. There we go. Let's see what he thinks. Does he find anything? Yes, so DeWitt, if you search for DWIT 3D, he's gonna be streaming in 90 minutes a Trident build, so be sure to go check it out. I don't know, here, let's see. Let's go to, we have Eddie the engineer, and if we go to DeWitt 3D, DeWitt 3D Canada. So this is, I am subscribed to DeWitt. This is a sanitized browser, just so you know. I am subscribed. I am not logged in on this computer. So that is DeWitt's channel. Go check him out. He will be streaming a Trident build. So, so we're getting plenty of Charlie footprints on the new ACM panels, so that's good. That's what my channel's about, okay? It's not perfect. I make mistakes. Calling it the Fisher-Price Trident. Very colorful. Awesome. Is it as colorful as mine is going to be? My next one? I mean, most of you have seen this, but this is my next Trident color. That is KVP Hot Jade Pink, KVP Purple, and Polymaker Teal. So, it's not a build if the project manager doesn't show up for parts, for pets, yes. 6 or 7 different colored parts, awesome. See, Charlie is a very tolerant cat. He even likes belly rubs. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thank you for everybody who became a member or gifted memberships. Thanks again to Eddie for this design. I'm having fun. I can't wait for the next steps in this build. So with that, everybody have a good rest of your weekend, and we will see you next Sunday. So have a good one. Bye. Thanks, Badmouth.